everybody, what's going on? What's going on? I am just, as per usual, making sure everything is kosher. And obviously sound is working. Let me type something here real quick, and I will get to painting Mona. Sorry, I'm taking off my glove. I should have done this before I put my glove on. Welcome. Welcome. Happy holidays. Join us for a Mona Lisa painting session. Now see, if I were good and I had done this ahead of time. There he is. Okay. There we are. We're doing good. I'm gonna try and not say 50 times. For some reason Poncho is wanting something and I don't know what he wants. But you can hear him whining down there. I don't usually stream on Tuesdays, but we started this yesterday, and I figured since it's what it is, let's just go ahead and finish it. I'll finish it live. I've got my paints out. It's not my typical palette, but it's what I had, and I think it's going to work fine. If you were not here yesterday, it's crooked. Oop, get in there. And you have to excuse me for the, bless you, for the angle of the canvas. This is as square as I could get it with this camera. So, and it is dry to the touch. So I may have to do a little oiling out. I've got a reference photo of Mona over here. Let's put her up so we can look at it and see what needs focused on. Come on. Let's see. Reference image. There we go. There's Mona. Say hi to Mona. Okay. When I'm looking at it, obviously this part is not dark enough. Yesterday the main plan was to just kind of get it laid out, get the base down. Colors are not exactly true. I have not used a detail brush at all. I've only used a 1/4 inch brush. So I'm going back over this with a smaller brush is going to add a lot more detail and texture. But let me look at this. This is the bottom of the canvas too. So poor Mona's hands will not have that space underneath there. But we're going to be okay with that. Let's see. This area right here does not seem wide enough. It needs to come down, which means her little hands need to come down. A good amount, too. So let me get a little something on my paintbrush here so I can... I'm using walnut oil, by the way. And I used that yesterday as well. It doesn't... You can tell it's not dry all the way, but it's what's considered dry to the touch. Okay, on this hand, I think I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to chop off part of it and make it come down, at least down to there. Okay, I'll just keep that in mind as all this needs to come down. Maybe take So all these lines are going to have to compensate for that. And of course this is darker. Her face, there are some adjustments I need to make. Like I said yesterday, and like they always say, a portrait is always a self-portrait also. And I've got her face, I think, a little too round and jowly. So I'll work on that. Background stuff I'm not too worried about. To me, it's not a high priority at the moment. But this right here is incorrect. It needs to be chopped off. Like about here. And what else? This needs, yeah, there's a lot of things that need value changes, but that won't be a big issue. We can do that. I do have birds playing in the background. Let me check here real quick and just make sure the birds are not too loud. We can do that. I do have birds playing in the background. Let me check here real quick and just make sure the birds are. Oh, they're not too loud. They're okay. Okay, the colors that I've got out here, I've got some yellow ochre, of course. I've got some burnt umber. I want to say Viridian. Burnt sienna. This is one that I have not used a lot, and it's a Venetian red, which is, and this poor tube came banged up like this in the mail. But this was the first time of me using it, and that's what's right over there. The shadow in here needs to be darker. Yeah, there's a lot of adjustments that need to be made, but we'll make that over time. I am having a delivery today. And, oh good. Hubby just texted and said they can push it back an hour. I want to get this done today. However it winds up, that's where it's going to be. Whoops, I just hit the... I'm going to be taking the reference photo off of your viewage every once in a while, just to see how this stands on its own. Because if things are not too far off, I'm not going to stress it, because this is a study and we do want to get it done today. I don't want to... I can always come back later on my own if I choose to and tweak things a little bit, but for the most part I want it done today. So, and see, with my human eyes, and I'm looking at this is much darker to my eyes than it is on screen, as is this area right here. So it's going to be, it helps me in a lot of ways to have that reference photo up that you're seeing, because I myself could compare the two images. Yeah, there's some problems right here too on this hair, where the hair is. Anyway, yesterday I went through a lot of history on Mr. Da Vinci. I had some technical problems at the very beginning, but I have figured out why it's doing that. You won't care. What was I getting ready to do? Ironically, just before I started to record, I stood up and then I forgot what I was doing. And what I was going to go do was to take my ADHD meds. Just FYI. Let's see. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to pull up my notes in case we wanted to... In case I had any. The original is much smaller than people anticipate. These are my notes. Boy, that really messes with the light, doesn't it? So I've got them over here. Come here, baby. There you go. The original was 30 by 21 inches, which is small. This canvas that it is a canvas and not paper, is I believe 12 by 16. I have not taken a ruler to it like I should have. So this is about half the size of it, but still that's relatively small. I mean, you're talking over to here maybe on width, and then in proportion, you know, that's not too big. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in here and start working on her face. I made that, well, let me do that hand just so for my own comfort, so I know that mark. And I'm just mixing up a little bit of Mona's fleshy tone, a darker. I need a little bit, not much. I want to gray that down. Mona has aged, and her coloring is yellowed because of, probably because of the varnish that's on here, on her. And I realize that those colors are probably not true to what Da Vinci did, but I want it to look like a moon, like the moon is sitting there. Okay, that's a fleshy tone mixed in. What's everybody doing today? I think I'm going to start with a larger brush again too. This is a good brush, but I think I'm going to try and tweak things with a 1/4 inch instead of diving right in with the smaller. It's not very peachy either. Let's get some of that Venetian. Yeah. Yeah. The brand, was that Gambling? Yeah, it's a Gambling Venetian. I've been buying a lot of Gambling here lately, and I've been really happy with it. It's not dark enough. I'm not a very neat palette person, and I keep saying that's something I'm going to work on. And then I wind up with a messy palette again. It just, I don't know if I should even stress it. You know what I mean? Just accept it. Is that low enough? Yeah, see, I don't know that that's low enough. I haven't been painting a lot, so this is really nice for me. If anybody has any questions also, please feel free to go right ahead and ask, and I will do my best to answer. And also this right here, it looks more reddish on your screen than what it looks like on my reference photo. So there might be some hue differences between things. Just so you're aware. because of cameras and monitors and, you know, the typical things. See, it was painted on poplar wood. I'm not going to go through everything that we did yesterday, unless someone just wants to hear it. There were some interesting things about it being stolen in 1911. I found it interesting anyway. And before then it wasn't really known. Nobody really cared too much about Mona Lisa until then. He would do an underpainting in like a green and browns, and then he'd have to wait for that to dry completely and then go over it. He did things in layers, and I'm not doing that for a couple of reasons. One, that's just not how I paint, and two, time, because time. So I'm just gonna try and get this hand reasonably put in there, be on my way to her face. I like this painterly quality that came about, but if I'm doing it to look like he did it, or ish. It's not a copy. I need to be a little more thoughtful in things. Okay, I think her hand situation is a little better. This, of course, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. What I usually do for a dark is I will mix an ultramarine blue, which is what he would have had. Come on, where are you? There it is. And some burnt umber or burnt sienna, either one, will get me a nice dark black. And this is some ultramarine blue that was in a tube that was having severe issues, and I didn't want to waste the paint, so I put it in one of those fillable tubes that you can get, which I have some other paints that way too. What was I getting ready to do here? Oh, mix this. This is a burnt umber. If I mix it with the ultramarine, it gets me a nice dark. But if I used a black, and he probably used a black, I would assume. It said he did. It said he used a bone black. But, well, I guess I shouldn't say but. I should just do it, huh? I mean, he's Da Vinci. I'm just a hermit of a painter in Kansas. He's Da Vinci. And that will show up a little darker because the colors have kind of sunken overnight as the surface has dried some. And that's why oftentimes I will oil things out, which means just putting a thin layer of whatever oil you're using, linseed or walnut, or I use walnut a lot. It extends the dry time. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave her little hand alone for right now. You'll find that I'll say that, and then 5 minutes from now I'll be right back down there. I'm gonna try and make this darker so it doesn't look so light onto you all. This needs to come in too. This actually is more like right there. And two, I realized when I was taking reference photo, I take a photo at the end of the session just for me to look at and compare things, and I realized she looks less like Mona Lisa on here than she does George Washington. So we're going to kill off George and get back our Mona. So we'll say goodbye to George because he will be taking a hiatus. If I get really quiet, that's why I have the birds playing in the background, because I have played music before and I've gotten it off of YouTube, and I got my hand slapped, and it was copyright free. It was, so I don't want to do that. As much as I prefer listening to music. I think it was, well, I know why it was. It was my own fault. It wasn't YouTube's fault. I had chopped the video or the music up a little bit. I had edited it as far as like length to have the music go from one to the next. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to keep working on this. Again, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Or if you just want to chit-chat, that's more than okay. I'm a chit-chatty person. If this is your first time to the channel, there is a playlist of master studies that I've done on Mondays. I will warn you, some of them are very long, but there are some time lapses as well. And if you have any questions on those also, if there's one that leaves you wondering what the heck's going on, or if you just would like to see something, I'm open. And if you hear something in the background, it's probably Poncho, our resident guard dog. He's back there living his best life. I think that is much closer to the color of this, that Venetian red that I have. There also will be some changes the first of the year, or after the first of the year, when I really come back. In that, one, I'm taking a course that hopefully will help me, again, that's Poncho, help me make this financially beneficial. But it may make me make some changes. I'm going to try and find a happy medium between I'm making sure she has 4 fingers here and not just 3. And another is, there's a very, very strong likelihood that we will be moving. So my studio space is going to be in transition. The place that we're hopefully moving to, and I say hopefully because we haven't signed anything as far as closing. Once we close on it, then I can, right now I just consider it decluttering. Mix together some of that Venetian red and that yellow ochre. This is an angled brush, 1/4 inch. Just getting in some of the main lines in there. 1, 2, 3. And then it goes up, over. I didn't think I'd like these angled brushes when I got them. I actually do. To me, they're more for like toll painting, but, and I've never, I don't know if you heard that, but I assume that was a train. That was loud. We have a cement plant down the road. Usually we don't hear much out of. But our move, it's local. We're not doing an overseas move or anything like that. I know Sandy Hester moved to England. That was a big adjustment. Ours is just across town. Studio space has wonderful light, so for what I have chosen as my studio space, to me it's sort of my studio and we just happen to live there. It's not. But you get me started talking about the other house, and I'm a chatterbox. I'll get back to Leonardo here. That's a little better. Hey, Yellow, how are you? I've never done it before, so this is interesting. I still think like this part's too short, but I'm not going this from like here to here. But when I measure it, it's not. So did you paint it in oils or did you paint it in acrylics or something else? I'm good. I'm in the middle of doing a major declutter. I haven't been doing as much artwork as I should. That's one reason I planned this. I know it's just a study. Well, but you know what I mean. But it at least gets a paintbrush in my hand and gets me going. We live in a relatively small house, and we've done pretty good about not having excess. I go through things about every year or so. I just do a deep declutter. But we're moving to a smaller house. And the priority for me is art supplies. It took us forever. We have been looking casually, and I mean, I even like put out feelers for just a studio space, just so I could move this stuff, and you know, then if a house came up, it wouldn't be as big a move. But this one just fell in our lap, just the right time. We've looked at a number of houses over the years to move from this. We live in a family home, and I don't think either one of us is jumping for joy. In our living situation. So see, her jowl looks too. Let me finish what I was doing here. Yeah, it's really small. It needs work. A lot of the work I can do. And I'm not being like, oh, I can do, you know. I've already started like educating myself on how to do things, some of the things. And making budgets and all that good stuff. But I'm really trying not to get ahead of myself with sorry about that. I don't know what she... So I keep reminding myself I'm just decluttering. Because you never know, stuff falls through. You want to find something in the city? Is it a city or is it saying? We wanted to find something here because our community is amazing. I mean, I often comment about my community. City, city. City, city. Yeah, see, I'm in a very rural area. And I'm not exaggerating. There's one stoplight. And I don't I don't think it's even working right now. I think it has everybody confused because it's out of order, and so it's like blinking. But I've heard a number of people comment about this community being like Mayberry. Um, it's awesome. It really is. It's kind of an artsy Mayberry, kind of like what you'd find in like Gilmore Girls to me. We could move about 10 miles north or south for less, and see, I'm so used to it that I don't even, it's just that's how I was born. Where I was born and raised was in a rural area, and all of my siblings wound up moving to like the edge of town, or um, I think the town that my brother lives in has like 400 people, and my sister lives in the same, or lives in a community near him that has, I think, like 8,000 maybe, and she's kind of on the edge. All of us are kind of hermits, I think. Yeah, see, the only really big downfall is that I see is like bookstores and art supply shops are at least 200 miles away. Or not 200 miles away. I'm sorry, I misspoke. 2 hours away. So, um, thank goodness for internet ordering, and we were where it was that far to get to a bookstore. Um, the only thing we had was Walmart for books. Yeah, it's yeah, it's a ways. Um, but we got a bookstore here locally that's independently owned, and oh my gosh, I don't know where we've been without it. I have a daughter that lives near a Barnes and Noble, and she will drive, if she has a big book purchase to make, she will drive over here and um, buy it from our store because she carries things that like Target and stuff like that don't have. And if she's going to pay retail anyway, or that's what she did anyway, and I'm assuming that's a it's just, yeah, it's really awesome. It's a family friend that owns it, and she's just doing an amazing job. I think she's a little overwhelmed sometimes, but I don't think she realizes how capable she is. Yeah, 2 hours is, and some art supplies, I mean, like I used to knit a lot. You just gotta have it in your hand. You gotta be able to see it with your eyes to know if that's what will work for you or not. You can't just pick it off the internet. And that's one reason, in fact, I ordered these. These are samples from a company that makes handmade paints. I was bragging them up yesterday. I haven't used them a lot, but you can get that little sample set for like $12. And you pick the colors. And they sent a couple of extra for you to try. Yeah, when we go and see our kids who live a couple hours away, it's a given that I don't want that we will be going to art supply store and bookstores. I used to go to half price books a lot, but I've kind of gotten away from that, and that what they give for books, in my opinion, is not, I mean, they're in business to make money, so I'm better off donating to my area library. Or I did when I was in college. I did a lot of abstract expressionism. That's what my professors were into. But I was a non-traditional student in that I had already, I didn't go to college until after I had my children. And so I was a little limited on where I could go, because I didn't want to totally uproot them. My daughter has some that I've done, and I think I have one in the other room that's an abstract that I did. The other room here that I'm in the process of clearing out. I'll try and get this more like it should be. It was very much a postmodern school of thought. It's a state university. If I had to do it over again, I don't know if I would have went there. I love the people. The people were wonderful. I have nothing but fond memories of. was a 2-hour drive. Again, another 2 hours. It was a 2-hour drive to get there, and I commuted every day. I ended up getting my master's there too. And well, the first 2 years I went to community college though. And had an amazing instructor. I feel. She went to the same school that I went to later. But yeah, she was an amazing. She's still alive. I don't know why I'm speaking about her in past tense like that, but she yeah. I wish we had a life drawing group around here close by that was and I have been saying that for years. I need to do something about that on my own, I think. Okay, that's not perfect. It's not perfect. Yeah, see, this is still not all dark enough, but I think I need some ultramarine blue in there. It has more of a bluish brown. Bluish. Now, you know what I mean. Life drawing and portraits are my main love, I guess. Even though I'm in a rural area, I can and have access to some amazing landscape options. Is that what you're doing? Is abstract? Or are you doing more figurative and landscapey realism? I'm not happy with how this looks. I know I can come back to it. I will say the space I'm moving to is my art space itself is smaller, but I'm okay with that because of the location and the setup. In a lot of ways, it's like this house has just been sitting there waiting for us. It is you like doing portraits as well? I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just some human drive to do our fellow human beings. I really like Richard Schmidt. I like the stuff that he did. I like David Kaysen a lot. He's a contemporary. He did, and this is going to get into politics probably, but so I'll keep it brief. He did a series of portraits of people that survived Auschwitz, and a lot of them have since passed away. He did a whole, or he was involved, I don't know how much, but his painting them, from my understanding, started a whole thing of recording their stories. And yeah, he's pivoted here lately into doing more of a Western style. He moved to Phoenix? I don't know. He moved somewhere where it's and has since pivoted. But his work is, yeah. He has videos on here. He worked with at the Students League, Art Students League in New York, and you got to meet a few legends there. I was going through my stuff and I found a signed what do you call it, from one of his shows. I was unable to go to the show. He mailed it out to some people. But yeah. This is going to take me a while to do. I still haven't gotten up to her face, have I? Dadnabbit. Poor Mona, sitting up there all alone. I am getting these folds in there though, so that's progress. Yeah, he had David Kaysen is I love that he used his work for something like that. You know, it wasn't just, I mean, I know he's financially benefited from it also, but the fact that he decided to use his skills for something like that, I have respect for him. And this is before, he did this before all the current stuff was occurring. So it's, I don't know, to me it's just, I think it's awesome. And I've tried to think of some way I could do something as beneficial, but I don't know what. I don't know what I could do. I have thought of doing like portraits of just the people in my little town, setting up downtown. But I've never done it. It still looks like George. I'm glad somebody else sees that too. That's funny. I told my husband that. He was like, "No, it doesn't." I said, "Oh, it does. It does. I'm not trying to be." I have thought about doing that one portrait of George Washington that's so popular. You know, where he's supposed to have got wooden teeth. So maybe I was channeling that when because yeah, to me it does. It looks like he's. Right in here, it's a little tacky. I think it's time to switch over. Especially now that I've got some paint down on here. Let me try a little warmer of the yellow in there. Very different doing a Da Vinci than doing a lot of the other ones I've done. Because I could do a painterly quality on most of the others, and these are very smooth. And blended. areas. I'm seeing myself hang this in my new studio space. If it happens, right? It's kind of out of our hands at this point. But I am obsessed with it. So please forgive me if I've bored you to tears with that bit of info. Our town, I know I always say it's special, but the community, I've had people from other towns say that they wish they had a certain business in their town that would come in with the funds to do the things that they've done, so that they could have programs like we have. But the thing is, it's not just the money. It's you've got to have that support system too, in order to make things. Hey, Heather's here. In order to have things work together, you can't just throw money at something and expect it to do what you want it to do. What's Heather up to? Heather is a artist and a writer. Her writing is how I got to know her. We are in a group together called Heartbreaks. I know. It just like totally snuck up on me. My husband and I were talking a bit ago about having a delivery made, and yeah, it's like if we don't do it today, they may not have enough employees if we wait till Friday. Because I sure wouldn't want to be working after at some of these places. So what are you up to, Heather? I know, it's just the Christmas Eve thing. We're not really doing much by choice. We could go out of town, or we could Um, you know, but we're kind of laying low this year. We've got a lot of work around here to do, and we're both kind of hermits. My husband volunteered to work on Christmas because his coworker has small kids that live at home, and we don't. And we seen our kids the other day, or just recently. As much as I'd like to see all of them. Just, yeah. How's Kyle doing? Yes. See, we used to have a thing called Christmas Eve Eve. And whoever said it first got to open a present. And it started in my husband's family. Oh, by the way, we were saying too, she looks more like George Washington than she does Mona. So, yeah, I'll get there. But you said Christmas Eve gift or Christmas Eve Eve first on Christmas Eve Eve, and you got to open up a gift. And every time a kid would say, "Oh, I did it first thing this morning," he would always say, "Oh man, but I did it at like 12:01. You missed it." So it became like a thing with my kids. Growing up, I did get to see my youngest grandchild with Santa the other day, and I think he's still kind of, he's not sure. So it may be the last. Oh, you're fine, Heather. You're fine. Fine. You're fine. You're fine. You's fine. You is. I think I asked how Kyle was doing. Kyle is her son. Is he anxious for Christmas? I just realized my granddaughter has not called me. She usually when she's off school, she might be waiting for me to call. I don't know. I better not say much because last time I was thinking, oh, I need to call her. She calls. That happens a lot. You're good. You're fine, Heather. Just trying to smooth that. What I paint today is how it's going to be. I don't think I'm going to go live tomorrow at all. Yesterday I made the comment that I was going to go read a book. That didn't happen. I didn't even open it. Office schedule. That probably means Mom isn't getting any sleep either. Come on, George. I know you don't have a chest like this, so work with me here. Yeah, see, this is much darker on yours. This whole area. I should tell Heather. Oh, by the way, did I tell you I'm moving? Maybe. Because that's all I talk about. I'm obsessed. I am. Trying to give this area up here and here a little depth around those folds so it doesn't look like it's just flat in there. For my dark, I'm using a mixture of ultramarine blue and burnt umber. Trying to, because this looks, yeah. I don't have the values right in here. I have some cobalt blue and some ultramarine here. And there's you can see a hint of an ultramarine, kind of a glaze in this area. Again, he painted in layers, and I am doing this all much quicker. Not that it makes me, I mean, I'm just saying it won't have the same glow that his does, that he was able to achieve. Obviously, I'm not a Da Vinci. Yeah, see, there's times where, like, to my eyes, it looks eh, and then I'll look at the screen, and it's like this up here on yours, on the reference, is much lighter than this. Oh, no, I figured I told you, because I've been, like, blabbing about it everywhere. No, we're just moving it about a mile away. It's a little bungalow craftsman. It still has the original colonnade, you know, the doorway with the bookcases in it, and woodwork. The floors have been done, but I don't know if they have laminate in it, so I don't know if underneath there is some hardwood floors or not. I'm okay either way. I'm going to try and preserve what's there. It's not a very big house. It's only like 880 square feet. It's very small. But there for a while I wondered if it was one of those Sears kits they used to sell. But I don't think it is. For the most part, I use a lot of the earth tones. And in order to mix the flesh, I'll usually use the yellow ochre, maybe some cad red, but I kind of like these, or an alizarin mixed with the white, and then just a dab of the ultramarine blue to make a fleshy, a Caucasian tone. It depends. It depends on the flesh tones, and yeah. I mean, as you can see, I'm so pale that I bust into flames when I go outside, so it just depends. But if it's Caucasian, it's very similar. These were a lot of these paints I saved in a little airtight, I won't get it out, a little airtight thingy from back when I did the Lucian Freud study. And I put them in an airtight container, doohickey. I do too. I don't know what it is about yellow ochre. There's just, yeah. And the one I'm using a gambling again. I'm using the 1980. I use a lot of these. A lot of gambling colors. I do too. And my parents, and I've thought a lot about this lately, because we bought a older home in, this is going to tell my age, but it was like in 1970. And they went in and they ripped out stuff. I mean, they were trying to make it energy efficient, and they took out French doors and the woodworks and the heavy wooden doors, and you know, and in their defense, they were trying to make it livable for a family of 7. So, but I've always kind of like cringed at it and wish I could have those French doors back. You have Winsor and Newton. I haven't used a lot of Winsor and Newton. I have some. I have a drawer here on my, like, see, some of mine are, my Winsor and Newton are older. I have some Williamsburg. I have some M. Graham. I think this is the only tube I have of M. Graham, though. And that's quinacridone rose. So on the prices on Winsor and Newton, is it pretty reasonable these days? I used to buy Grumbacher, and I heard that the quality is not what it used to be. But that's been a long time ago. Yeah, I want to try that one of these days, your gel stuff. I saw one the other day that was like a little one. You know, you could get just a little, like, 2x3 for like artist trading cards. I mean, I almost ordered it. Because I thought artist trading cards would be great for me to do during the move. You know, not a big commitment. And I have a little printing press that my son-in-law built me 3D with a 3D printer. The water mixing one? Yeah. I haven't used those in a while. I think the Grumbuckers are the ones that I got back when I got it. I don't know why I'm looking in this drawer because I know there's none in there. But I think one reason I started in on the gambling was you can buy that 1980 set and the packaging is very environmentally friendly, and they do a set that is repurposing the iron that they get when they do mining for different things, and they made them into sets. I don't think I have any of them in here. But anyway, they come with, instead on the packaging, it comes with that panel. You know, for like $45, you can get a set of 1980s. And then I talked about upgrading, and I tried some of the upgrading my painting material, and I tried some of their others. That was one reason I bought these little sample things up here too, because I wanted to try out different brands. The house, Heather, in one, well, it had something I had never seen before, and the realtor had to explain it to me, and I was, it has the original screen windows, and it has one that has holes in the bottom of it, along the bottom piece of wood. There's holes that are about like that big, just like, I think 4 of them. And then there's this little thing that swivels to cover the holes. It's really cool. And I've never seen anything like that before. And they still had it on the one window. One window has it, and that's going to be in my art room. So I've been learning a lot about them. And everything in the house is not white and gray. You know, the landlord white. One of my best-selling crafts, my mini bookmark, ATC size. Have you ever done artist trading cards, Yellow? They're if you haven't, they're kind of fun. Do you actually trade them, Heather, or do you? Oh, you do sell them though. We gotta see. Maybe I should do some of those to get some artwork from other people. I have a few things from college, but I need more artwork that's original. Even my husband made that comment. He wants original art in the house. He doesn't want And he wasn't hinting toward mine. It was just like, yeah, part of it because I I would like to think because it's a craftsman, but you ought to go look at Heather's stuff sometime. I don't want you to leave now, but there's some. It's really cool. It's made out of like a thick Jello. Essentially, it's like a gel. Um, and I am making progress on the hand here. And there's some amazing things that you can do with it. I've never done it. I want to. One of my areas in college was printmaking, but that was something that was not in the air back then. And now there's quite a few TikTokers and stuff that show some amazing techniques that they do with them. And it's not real expensive either. You can use acrylics on it, and well, Heather can tell you more about that, but than I ever could. They're just really cool. It's not a big investment up front if you want to just play, I guess is what I'm saying. Have you ever done artist trading cards? I need to. I have some. I put like a whole thing to do the gel press on artist trading cards. I put all the tools to do it in my cart. I think at Jackson's, and then I deserted my cart. I'm just going to try and blend this out a little bit. See, this one is too dark, this pinky area. There's some beautiful stuff you can do with it. I've wanted to get some stained glass too for the house. There's no stained glass in it anywhere. See, I think we need to do like a, yeah. We need to do a trade or something. I'm sure there's groups for people. I haven't been involved in it in so long, but I used to be involved with a community. I don't even think it's around anymore. There was Altered Books. It was the Altered Books, International Altered Books Society. And I did product reviews for our newsletter. That's been a long time ago. That's almost a lifetime ago. What are you doing, Poncho? Oh, but anyway, this house is just, yeah, I do too. I was even looking at like cheap reproductions Amazon yesterday and put a few things in my cart, my wish list for home. It's private because, yeah, I don't know when I'll ever. A lot of things are going to have to wait. Nothing's going to happen immediately. But like my chair, my reading chair is going to be in my husband's work area by one of those bookcases, the built-ins. And I'm going to have a stained glass light. But there's other stuff though that we need to take care of, like some electrical and things like that are priority to me spending money on. And stuff like that. The bookshelves that are built in are more in his work area than mine. So it's more his call as to what goes in there. But he had a good compromise. He wants to put like pictures of our parents and things in there. So he's more of the he would be happy if this house was all gray and white and for me, one of the draws was this house is not. But I think he saw how much I loved it and was like, well, we can paint, you know. Seriously, I almost cried when I walked through it. It is the only house I think I have looked at that I've ever had that response to. And it's not fancy, and it doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles, and the bathroom has been modified, and the kitchen's kind of weird, and I need to get up to Mona's head and get rid of George. I keep saying that, and then I keep working on this stuff. But yeah, we've got our work cut out for us. I need to get that. I think that would be a really good guideline for me of decluttering and getting things out of here. Is to have something like that in mind. In my mind, is us doing 8 artist trading cards. Paper, canvas, starch canvas, wood. Really? Yeah, that would be awesome. I would love that. I would. it has like a sunroom on the back of it that they, like a 3-season, room on the back. It's a utility porch, really. I don't know why I'm trying to make it sound like more than it is, but to me it's more like a 3-season. Where I could set up and paint. It's got a fenced-in yard. It's like across the street. There's just so many. And there's been things that have happened of dates that can't be just a coincidence in my mind. I know Sarah would, yeah, she would definitely see the synchronicities and things. I mean, it's almost spooky, involving dates. And I hope by me talking about the dates doesn't make it stop. I know that's weird, but kind of woo-woo, but that's the chair, by the way. I mean, there's one date that involved our anniversary. There was one date that involved my parents' anniversary. Another date that was on my grandson's birthday. Just the numbers and things are just, I don't know, maybe I want to find signs that this is the house. But it's awesome. Let me get this little. Okay. There's just a lot of things about this house that are just unique, that have managed to be able to stay there. And I told my husband, don't take this the wrong way, but I can see me living here by myself. Okay, I think I'm going to move on up and start doing more of this area, her chest area. Like on this little bodice thingy. I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a trim on here that is right there. It has a front porch, it has a back porch, it has fenced-in yard, there's a garage. It's not very big, it's built for a Model T, but hey, if I ever wanted to, I could convert that to my studio. It's near places that I like. And I'm seeing that this is too low. Maybe that's my whole visual problem there. This needs to go up. Yeah, it needs to be more like right here. raise that up. I mean, there's people we need to talk to, and yeah. But it's... Seriously, I'm obsessed. I am obsessed with this house. Not in a Stephen King sort of way. Hopefully. But definitely in a... I really hope we get this place though. You ought to... Yeah, you've got the wrench, Heather. If you're still here, if you want to put a link to your stuff with the... or to any place about gel printing, feel free to do so. I'm all for sharing information. And I think I put all of you and Mel and everybody, Janae, on as not admin, but you know what I mean, moderators on both channels, so we could share information. I know I said I wasn't going to mess with background stuff much, but this is bugging me. And I went back to using that angled brush too. In 1911, it was stolen. Mona Lisa was. And before then, nobody really paid much attention to it. I thought that was really interesting. I always just assumed that it was the freaking Mona Lisa. I mean, you know? There's some rocks back there. I know I said freaking. If that, I don't cuss a whole lot, so that's as much cussing as you're probably going to hear, or as close to cussing. It's not really cussing, you know. I'm saying? I need to get to working on, yeah. This is sort of how I work, is I'll just kind of go back and forth. I know some people stick with one area, but the way I had it hammered into me was to not stay in one area too long and move around so that things don't become too tight, which I know does not really apply here. Because of the chiaroscuro. Kind of like the birds singing. So does anybody else use oils? Do you have a... I know Yellow and I were talking about brands for a little bit. I know there's some new ones on the market that are supposed to be not non-toxic, but I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of. They're more environmentally friendly. I haven't tried some of the brands that I've seen. Can't even think of the name of the brand now. I really love this Venetian red. You can't see it. Let me get rid of, just for a while, I'll bring it back. This Venetian red right here. That was one of the, that was a regular gambling paint. I really like it. Oh, and it's got this house. I know. Sorry. I'll try and talk about something else. Let me spit this out though. It has some of the original light switches. Like, they're not like regular switches, and they're not the buttons. There's one that's a little knob on the end of it. Yeah, it's just really cool. Hence why we have to have some electrical work done, but I'm going to keep that little... I want that little knob switch in my studio. Thought about making my own light switch cover. for that. That one. That one. Okay, and then there's another one here. You know, one thing that I don't know a lot about Da Vinci's personal life. I should have done my homework, and I don't know if there's a lot known about it, but it would be interesting to know if there was a... Surely he had a wife, and I don't mean this to sound totally sexist, but I don't think he would have accomplished what he did without some sort of very strong support system. And I mean that in that she should get recognized too, not... Not that that's a women's job. Okay, let's get rid of George. George, you gotta go. Sorry, George. What time is it? I don't have my smartwatch on today. We've been sitting here for 2 hours. Sorry for that sound. Me drinking my iced coffee. Okay. All right, George. Say your farewells. Say your adios, sayonara, arrivedercis. First thing I see is this eye over here is not Mona's. And you'll notice I'm not putting white for the sclera part of the eye. It is just, it's an off-white bluish a lot of times. I'm using a lot of yellow ochre in this because the painting itself shows signs of age, and I assume the varnish is showing the yellowing. Definitely looks better on that eye. I did read yesterday that she actually used to have eyebrows and eyelashes, but that they think that due to preservation attempts. She lost them over time. Okay, I think George is leaving the building. I probably should oil out her face, but I think I'm going to, because I'm afraid if I do, some of these lighter areas are going to rebel. So I'm just going to continue as I am. I'm using a little bit of walnut oil and this yellow ochre. In some of the areas more so than other colors. If you heard a deep sigh in the background, that was Poncho. He's living his best life over there. Okay, I think George is starting to leave. Yes. We love you, George, but... And if you just got here, it's because we thought it was looking more like George Washington's portrait than Mona Lisa. We wanted Mona Lisa. And again, I'm mixing a little bit of that ultramarine blue with the burnt umber. And it gives me that nice, rich, dark color. That I want for the deep shadows in areas. She has kind of a reddish hair that is under a very thin veil. I don't know if you had noticed that. But like right here is a thin line up there. I am realizing Poncho was going nuts earlier because I brought in a little bag of potato chips. And he thought he was probably going to get some. And then I never opened them. To make sure and give him some later. I keep it to moderation. I don't give him a whole lot. For one thing, he's starting to get a little chunky. And I know that's not healthy for puppies. Or people, but sometimes it just is what it is. I think I got her mouth a little wide. No, we're gonna have to nip and tuck here. So tell me your secrets, Mona. What's your husband like? Is he nice to you? Do you have a lover on the side that you don't tell anybody about but Leonardo? Tell me the gossip. It's just you and me. I won't tell anybody. Here comes Mona. Mona Lisa. Makes me want to play the Nat King Cole. I'll have to play that when I get off streaming. Or maybe some of you can listen to it and I can listen to it vicariously through you. I really like working wet and wet, so I'm a little sad that I've lost the wet that was in here yesterday. Mona Lisa. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What is the first artwork, master artwork, that you remember realizing of a wow? Do you remember it? Seeing it when you were a kid and being just, it's stuck in your little 6 or 7-year-old little brain? Mona is Da Vinci, the pianist. I did learn something interesting yesterday. The way that we spell Mona Lisa, M-O-N-A, is considered a derogatory term in Italian. And in Italian, they spell it M-O-N-N-A. I thought that was interesting. I don't remember what. I'll have to look at. I can assume what Mona means in Italian, but see this little puddle right here of all those flesh tones. Now see, she's still kind of got that jowly look on that one, especially over here. That reminds me of George. And her eyes need to be lightened up a little. She has the same color eyes as one of my granddaughters. Kind of a golden brown. So that's the way they come across. Yeah, that's how they look. I'll put her pupil back in there. I'm not going to leave her with a... Remember, this is in process. So no more than you would judge a cook by what they have sitting on the counter before they start cooking. So looking a little less like George, at least. Yeah, it makes me curious what I do with my phone. Let me see. I'm gonna Google it real quick. Cause now I'm curious. What does Mona mean in Italian? In Italian slang. Oh. I will just say it is. This is what Google says. It does not say the exact word that. But it says it is a vulgar slang term for female genitalia, which is why it's often avoided or spelled Monna in the famous painting's name in Italian context. Mona, Monna, means my lady. Some English speakers know it as Mona, but Italians prefer the extra N in there as it sounds crude or have vulgar connotations in certain regions. So there we learned something. Her mouth is too wide. So, yeah. That's interesting. Very interesting. Trying to look at traditional proportions and how her lips fall into that. Oops, I need darker. I probably will continue to work on this until I have to stop, which we have a delivery scheduled for 4. I will need to take a break at some point here before too long and stand up and walk around and take care of a few things like Mother Nature. Just remember that this is a study, it's not a copy. I just want to remind you and me so I don't drive myself crazy as I build this up. If you hear snoring in the background, that's Poncho. He's in his little spot. I'll have to figure out his new spot in the house if we move. Because he's gotten pretty used to he's coming up on 6 years old, and he's a rescue. He has spent a good majority We've had him since 2022. I want to say he was a COVID puppy, you know what I mean? Somebody got him for, but I know it wasn't a normal situation of getting a dog from a rescue. He wasn't abandoned on the side of the road or anything like that. His family, their house burnt down. And as we were talking about with finding someplace, it can be difficult. They were having trouble finding someplace that would take pets. So they surrendered their 2 animals out of necessity, because they also had small children. And of course, the children are the priority. We offered to foster him, but they had already surrendered him, I think for his own good. He's a little Jack Russell wire-haired mix, or wire-haired. He's not a mix. He's okay. Now I'm seeing Mona. Mona Lisa. Poncho hears us talking about him and he's asleep. He just let out a little snort. He's such a good dog. He really, really is. I think the only thing that would ever come between he and I would be my grandkids. I have a granddaughter who does the "Who do you love more?" Or she used to. Jen doesn't have it in a while. Speaking of which, let me make sure I have my... I wanted to make sure my ringer was off on my phone because she's out for school today, and If I see she's called, I can text her and say, hey, I'll call you back. She's not my only granddaughter. She's the one that tends to call me. The other one texts more. I know you don't care about it. Yeah. I mentioned this yesterday about this palette. Just a tip. If you go to buy a palette and you want one that has that gray background, just go get a cutting board, a glass cutting board with a smooth side to use for your paint, and paint the back side of it. And paint the back side of it with a gray primer that Krylon sells. That's this nice medium neutral gray. Now look at these on there. I can see a blue hue coming through, but I'm frugal to a fault. I still see George. Mona, what's the problem here? Are you being stubborn? Come on, Mona. Get with the program. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. Dee, 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 dee. These brushes that I'm using are Transon brand. I have Rosemary & Co. and some other that are considered better quality. But these Transons are a wonderful budget priced brush that really hold up well, in my opinion. And if you're wondering about other supplies that I might use, there's a list on my website that is listed or linked in the description. It has a link to the materials that I use. has this cutting board thing on there. I used it on a whim. I have several palettes around. Need to get her brow bone lightened up. Ooh, if you heard that, that was my stomach. I like that yellow ochre mixed with that. I think it's cad yellow. Yeah. Gives a nice warm. As I said before, she's got an aged yellow to her surface. If you look at traditional proportions, if she were looking straight on, the corner of her nose would meet up or line up with the inside of her eye. And if she were looking straight on, her middle of her pupil is where the corner of her mouth would go. And I hope you're enjoying the sound of the birds. To me, they're just relaxing. It's still a little too dark. It's amazing what you can, the colors you can blend together with just a few. And this brush that I'm using is a liner. It's a 1 of the Transin. Just a round. Just softening that edge so that it's not like it's falling off a cliff. It's more rounded. And then just a little bit lighter in there in the inside of the eye. And here. And that kind of comes up. A lot of it is just going back and forth between light and dark. And the cat's wondering where the bird sounds are coming from. It's magic, kitty. It's magic. I'm adding just a little bit of a bluish green on some of these shadows. To cool them down. I think I got her little nose a little too wide. Right in here. And just a reminder, this original would be twice this size, which is not that big because this is like 12 by 16. So it's like 30 by 21 is what the original is. I'm going to take a detour here for a second. I need to put the, I'd forgotten that I didn't have the original up on screen. Did I do that while I'm thinking of it? See, this area through here looks longer. Do I need to? Could just be my eyes. I'm not going to stress over it too much. That was Poncho too. This is going to be hard to stop painting on, I'll tell you that, when it comes time, because I'm going to want to just pick at it and really just... Oh, you're welcome. To me, this is like pure joy. Yeah. That was Poncho too, by the way. I can hear birds outside my window too. Get a little more yellow ochre in there. This band across here is textured. So I'm just putting in the base color when I do that. Going this way. Because it's got... It's a... what do you call that when it's flocked? No? What is that called? Smocking. It's got a smocking texture to it. This is my mental health care. No. Sorry, my husband just texted me and said, is a friend of ours who's wanted to know if anybody wanted a corky. It's like, no, honey, we don't need one. She's how we wound up with Poncho. We have an amazing animal control person. Really, I wish every town had somebody that was like her. We are building a new shelter. I better text him back and tell him no, because he would seriously come home with the dog. Oh, he's in pictures. Oh, Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's mean. Oh. It looks like it's part border collie too. Oh, no, no, no. Not me. Just said nope, 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 nope. Not I. One thing, this house has a huge backyard that's fenced in. And I know he's just dying to get another critter. Even though the house itself is much smaller, he is. That was one thing my parents loved about him, was how he is with animals. He's one of those that like goes to the dump and comes back with a stray cat. He went there one day and said that he looked everywhere, kept hearing it. And then, of course, my daughters had to go with him, back with him. So he wound up with a kitty that day. What is that? The kitty delivery system? Is that what they call it? Or dispersion system? They show up. That helps a little. I'm going to give her a little bit of a chest here. She's got a small cleavage mark right there. Oh, come on. Seriously, my husband is probably the sweetest person you will ever meet in your life. He got that from Mama. before anybody says anything, yes, I know this is... What am I seeing? What am I... I'm going to pause here and just kind of look and see what... It's important to take breaks every once in a while and evaluate what you're doing. Otherwise, it's kind of like following a map. If you just keep going, you'll wind up where you don't want to be. I really like that Venetian red still. It's just got a nice earthy red tone to it that's very pleasing to the eye. And the texture of it's nice. The paint itself. Atlas poncho again. This needs to be over here. And there's a little curl right there. Come on, baby. I guess one could say I'm one of the strays he brought home. Ray poncho. Just trying to get that nice, rich, dark in here. Right there as well. Oh, you must have needed the rest, Heather. Especially if Kyle's schedule has been out of whack. Because I'm using paint that has been previously used, sometimes there's a little bitty dry pieces every once in a while. I went through and did something very not controversial, but I have been keeping a journal since the 2020 COVID, a very intentional journal that I had put private thoughts and stuff into, and I went and I tore them all up. I was going through stuff, decluttering, and was taking notebooks that had just partial, written pages in it. And before I realized it, I had torn out pages from 2019 so that I could use the rest of the notebook. And I just went with it. Oh, these. Oh, hands for the devil, my granddaughters. Aww. The puppy was left in an apartment at Pitt State. Her daughter has it. I can't keep it. He's trying to talk me into it. I can't. I can't do it. We can't do the expense. Oh, let me text my granddaughter so she knows that live right now. Can I call you back later? I will say though, if my husband pushes the issue, I'm gonna cave. I'm a dog. This Venetian red mixed with the yellow ochre makes a nice reddish, kind of like a burnt sienna equal. So I may want to be winding up another dog too. And I know what he's going to say. He'll say, "Can we foster?" Because he knows me, attached to it, and will never leave. I'm going to add, you can see this is peachier than the original. So I'm going to, let me take a break and get a fresh drink and go to the restroom. That's me taking off my glove, by the way. And I will be back, and I'm going to try and change the tone of a lot of this into more of a yellow, a warm yellow, like as the aged on that one looks. And it'll give me a fresh perspective on it too, to step away just for a second. I won't be gone that long. I literally am going to go just get me a fresh drink and go to the restroom. In fact, I'm even leaving my phone here, so I'll be right back. Got me some iced coffee. She definitely needs some warmth on her. The background obviously needs some work too. If you're wondering what that noise is, I know it's very against the rules, but I brought a snack rather than the chips. Get a paper towel, so at least it's a... So if hubby comes home with a dog, maybe I should take bets on it. We're both animal lovers, so he knows if he comes home with a dog that I'll just figure out a way to work with it. I'm going to take the original off of here just for now. Yesterday, I think I got a little dehydrated because I wasn't listening to my smartwatch. And I had a bout of vertigo last night that was not pleasant. I know that's what it was. I thought I was coming down with something that just kind of hit me, but I was positive it was because I had sat here and not drank. And you know how the little crystals in your ear, and since I'm prone to it, I paid for it. But we're up better now. But let's not have that again today. Originally, Mr. Da Vinci had a crown, or like a tiara or a hairpiece on top that was very ornate. And he took it off at some point. They discovered with x-rays and whatnot. Which I thought was very interesting. And I know they've said, there's been a comparison between his face and hers and how they line up. But I don't know, in my mind, if that's the whole every portrait is a self-portrait phenomenon, or if it's it's legitimately him. You'll have to let me know what you think, because there's ones that line up over. time is it? I just heard a car door. Yeah, that's probably him. Sorry about Poncho. If he keeps barking, I'll put it on mute for my mic. Yeah, let me mute my mic while Poncho's. It's just my husband coming in, and he's dealing with the trash dumpster and stuff, and it makes Poncho bark. Okay. Happy's home without a dog. guess he told her maybe after the first of the year and all. With everything we got going on. I told him I was going to be painting till our delivery came, probably. So that's probably going to give me about another hour and a half to mess with this. Which isn't terribly long, but it gives me something to So if you hear him in the background, that's he's dealing with all the Did I get her? I don't know that her little nose is big enough. Hey Jordan, how are you? What's going on? I'm gonna put the reference image back up. Yeah, I don't think I have her nose right. We'll be here when you get back, Heather. I am just working on this Mona Lisa today. Today's probably this is the second day I've worked on it, but this will be the last day probably. It's just a study, so not just a study, you know what I mean. It doesn't have to be, so I am going to, I'm using oils here for anybody that just came in. I'm using mostly Gamblin. You know what? And I just forgot what color I put on my brush. I'm using mostly Gamblin 1980 line, and if doing master studies is something that you're interested in, I've got a whole playlist of ones that I have done over the last year. Right now I'm trying to warm up the tone of her skin. Mainly with a little yellow ochre and this cad yellow here, and some walnut oil. Just mixing it in with what is already there, because most of this is wet. On this layer, most of this background is dry, so yeah, and I may change my mind. I may show up tomorrow and do the background with more precision than what I'm going to be allowed to today. Ooh, I don't like that. I have a delivery coming at between 4 and 5. So that's my time goal today. They may not. Ooh, a little yellow in there that I didn't want. Come on, go away. Go away. Good job. So this may wind up with a much more painterly look to it than Leo wanted, but that's okay. I like painterly look. I'm kind of just going all over. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Well, I've never done it before, and so I thought it would be something good to do for the end of the year. I mean, how much more iconic can you get than Mona Lisa? I should have looked up some things while I was taking a break. So I was talking about whether he was married or not. I would bet he was. Just because he all that he accomplished. See, I don't think I have her nose. You know what, let me do this. I want to do this flipper. And I haven't done that yet on this one. I have the reference photo here on my iPad. I can't flip the one that's on the screen though, unfortunately. I'm glad you like the birds. I just think they're relaxing. And see, this way she's up here about where I am too, so I can reach her a little better. And I'm sorry this is not squared up exactly in camera. It was the closest I could get it. With the camera that I have. The way it's set up. These paints up here, you can see a little bit, they're little sample pots that I sent off for. And I didn't really happy with them so far. They are Gapka brand. And these are samples, and they send you those plus 2 other ones. I got a gold and I got a neon pink, which I probably will never use, but it was fun. It's fun playing with them. Poncho has a treat behind us here. If you hear smacking. Since hubby's home, he gave him one. Now let's see. I'm mixing it. Oh, you can't see it on there. Okay. Mixing some of that Viridian, or whatever that is. I'm pretty sure it's, ooh, that's a pretty color. Look at that. To knock back some of this on here. Because I think I got it too. That's too blue. It's not for yellow ochre. How close is that color? Off to run some errands. You too, Heather, if I don't see you. Enjoy your holiday. I think I am probably gonna be mostly decluttering on Christmas. Hubby said he got some stuff to make cheese dip. So maybe when we're watching the Christmas parade or football game or something. Is there a parade? Or is that what was happening at Thanksgiving? I don't think there is a Christmas parade on Christmas. Oh well, if nothing else, I can finally open that book. My daughter got me the new Atwood. You see, this looks much more, this area down here looks much more greenish than what is showing up. on the screen. I think that helps though. Kind of looks like a phthalo blue or green up here. But I think he had that on his palette. He had ultramarine and some greens. Trying not to add too much walnut oil to that because it's pretty thinned out already. And there's a lot of variation in this background that I'm going to have to just kind of gloss over because of time. That's okay. But these brush strokes, they're showing up in there. I have a Badger blender and fan brushes I could use. I've got to just be really gentle and go over that surface with a clean brush and get it in a little. Such a pretty color. He was one of the first ones to do an imaginary background and not realistic, or one that was actually, and it was done with aerial perspective, which was something new. And if you missed it earlier, nobody really knew who Mona Lisa was, the painting. That is until about 1911, and she was stolen. And I believe it was a employee that felt like she belonged in France. So he stole her and he kept her in his apartment for a couple of years. And he took her to this museum. A gentleman that worked at a museum, and he thought it was a little sketchy. No pun intended. And so he wound up doing, I believe it was 6 months. Don't quote me on that. For taking her. And it got a lot of media coverage. So now everybody wanted to know, what is this Mona Lisa painting that everybody's wanting? This all was just kind of blocked in yesterday. And then today I'm going over it with a little bit finer detail. There is a bridge back here. I don't know if you can see it or not. I'll have to get out my smaller brush to put that in. Yeah, she's still pretty reddish, isn't she? But maybe once everything dries in a few days, I can, or dry to the touch in a few days, I can do a glaze over the skin tones. Just going over it really lightly. Like I did with the other, just kind of blending it a little so those brush strokes aren't so evident. And I don't know if you can see it, but there's a line that goes right about here all the way up. So I'm wondering was she damaged? Because it almost looks like a canvas repair. But I don't remember reading anything about it. But that's kind of what it looks like. It's like the canvas was torn, and then you put a piece on the back of it and to conserve it. I don't know. I don't know. And I see this over here is not as greenish as this is. I'm going to fix that too. Just very lightly. And I'll go and I'll paint the edges of this probably in a few days once it's set a little bit longer. Oh, it's right there. Duh. So that Miss Mona, I know this is weird looking at it upside down, but this is a way that you can look at it with a fresh perspective and tell if you have things how you want them to be. You can also look in a mirror at the painting. Oh, I have earbirds outside for real. We're supposed to have unseasonably warm weather on Christmas. It's supposed to be like 70 degrees or something crazy like that. Yeah, see, I've gotten it too thin there. Hoping this is some more of a yellow and brown. That's closer. This needs to be more of a yellowish brown too. There's a lot of these areas that need adjusting. But I won't be able to get it exact today. So let me focus on her face here, because I know there's things there that are out of whack. Let's get her little Mona Lisa smile in there. Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa. Do, 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 do. You too, Jordan. I know it's weird seeing her upside down, so. But this is real life. This is how we do it. Got a little bit of the weave of the fabric in here. I'm fighting against. This way I can get to her eyes too. A little easier. Come on, Nona. Cooperate. Started out looking like George. We're doing better, so. Don't give up on me now. If you weren't here earlier, the way I ended it yesterday, she had a strong resemblance to George Washington. It's kind of a bluish tint. Maybe that's that veil. No, because that goes the other way. I'm going to get rid of that. What time is it? I hear my clock, but I don't see it. Ooh, it's already almost 4 o'clock. Good grief. How did that happen? We'll know when the delivery people are here because Poncho will let us know. And that will be when I need to sign off. Or hubby will say, hey, they're on their way. I never noticed this little veil thing on her before today. So that's interesting. That part right there is a little lighter. And again, I know this looks odd painting her upside down, but I was painting her right side up and I could not reach her face very well. And plus it gives me a fresh perspective on it. Like this. Has a bluish tint to it. He used an, oh, that goes out a little though. He used ultramarine blue here and there. But I don't think I have her hairline right there correctly. Her, yeah. And here, there's kind of a texture to it on the canvas, and I can't tell if it is a reflection on the canvas itself or if it's something that was intentional by him. And this needs to be lighter in there too. This Venetian red that I'm using is very lovely. I'm also trying to yellow it up. So I'm mixing it with yellow ochre. Some of that yellow ochre in there. I may come back at this tomorrow just because I won't want to leave it in a certain state. She looks much redder on your screen than she does on mine. Let me see what happens when I turn this off. Not really. He did it in a lot of layers, and I am not taking that approach, primarily because of time. I want to have this be my last one for 2025. I've been doing these every Monday, and they've been a joy. It just feels like finishing it off with Mona seems appropriate. Just try to put a little yellow in there. And just gently brushing the edges so they kind of blend in. I used a 1/4 inch brush yesterday on most of this. Well, all of it. I don't think I used anything else. And it still has some areas that I'm going to put a little, because this is going to dry just a smidge darker. It's just what oils tend to do sometimes. I know acrylics are more prone to it, but I'm going to put just a little bit. So you have a little bit better form with the very, very light white and yellow mixed together for the highlighted areas. Highlighted, used loosely. I want to catch this while it's wet, because if I wait till tomorrow, it will be dry to the touch, because I'm using such thin brush strokes. And Miss Mona deserves to have a smooth complexion. She does not have eyebrows or eyelashes. on this. If you missed it earlier, they said that she did have them at one time, they think, but conservation efforts over time have erased them, essentially. I'm just dipping into that yellow ochre and cad yellow mixture. I'll add just a little bit of There's not much going on around here other than hubby coming home and possibility of relocating. But we won't be relocating far if we do. I'm excited. It's like all I can talk about if I'm not talking about Mona. Oops. Just trying to soften that edge a little bit so that as I say, it doesn't look like the edge is falling off a cliff. It's rounded. Line on her, by her eye right here, needs to go up. How you doing, Mona? Talk to me. Talk to me, Mona. She doesn't look like George now. That's good. That's always a plus. No offense, George. Some say he worked on this for a number of years. I think it said 7 was possible. They don't know. The model was a local merchant's wife. I really think I want to work on this tomorrow. So, because I'm not going to be able to get it as well as I would like by the end of today. We'll have to do probably some oiling out tomorrow. Which is where you put a layer of your oil medium. He's just getting excited about something else. It's not. Hubby's taking care of it. Did you get a treat? Yes, he's spoiled. And that's just the way we like him. Sounds like other dogs are barking in the neighborhood. Oh, my head is not. No, it's not. I was going to say, I hope my head is not in here. But it's not. It helps give a different, it's a little like looking into a mirror or something. It just gives you a fresh viewpoint. Because then you're seeing more of the shapes and the colors. Then, oh, this is an eyeball, so I've got to do it XYZ style. I can remember sitting in my bedroom trying to paint a Norman Rockwell painting when I was like 13 or 14. Drove me crazy. I won't say how many years later this is. You know what? I think I got her mouth. Yeah, I don't have her mouth over far enough on this side. Yeah, I think it's getting a lot closer than it was than when I started out with. This is good. Yeah, I know that's way too light. I'll blend it in. She's wearing like a veil over. It also looks very blue, doesn't it? Usually the very last thing I'll do is go in with a black for the, ooh, that was a, oops, for the really darks. I do believe he used a black, so but that will, since I have decided I will be painting tomorrow, I will save that for that. But that will help some of these colors really pop. I know that chime on my husband's phone. That means they're on their way. Or there's substitutions. The shadow right here is very subtle. I'm redoing her upper chest. Very and it almost looks like a bluish green. Shadow. And I know some of this brown looks very flat. That's another reason I will go back through and use a black in areas where it's needed. But the brown is much easier to cover up than a true black. Right in here. when I'm putting my brush in the walnut oil, it's just slight. It's just barely getting the tip in there. Okay, no comments from the peanut gallery. Using a mixture of that Viridian, I believe it is, and that ultramarine. In here. Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, obviously it doesn't work when you're painting from life, but when you've got a reference image, it does great. I have a mirror here that I use as well. For such things. And this works on whatever, not just on figurative. This upside down stuff. Because everything is just a shape with values. Doesn't matter if it's a face or a car, or it's all broken down into shapes. Honey, I've decided you can take care of groceries. And I'm just going to keep painting. I don't think he heard me. He knows I'm lying anyway. I can see this has like golden yellow in there. So I'm going to mix some of that cad in with that yellow ochre. This might be a little too bright. Are they on their way? Honey? Okay. I don't know where he's at. We've got a little time. See, I can't pull it up because you want to be able to. It's like an orangey gold. This area. I've kind of ragged my other hand too. If you haven't, that I'm wiping the brush off on before I change too much in color. Come on, get on there. Yeah, I definitely want to work on this tomorrow because I want to get these areas. They're just interesting little landscape that you put back here. And some of these sides, my canvas kind of curves. It'll look funny. In here, there are, you can see some of her red hair. Back in there. I feel like I'm just getting warmed up. But I don't know, again, how much of this back here is highlight on the original, or if it is I'm just trying to soften some of these areas needed. This edge is not cookie cutter. It is a softer edge. The mirror that I use, where we go. Ew, ew. What did I do to you, Mona? It's way off. Just turning it upside down. Didn't benefit her looks much. What did I do to you? Well, that definitely gave me a fresh perspective on it. Using the mirror. I don't think Mona is doing well. As well as I thought. She was better than that. That's what happens when you focus in on one area too much. Not the whole. Sorry, Mona. I butchered you, didn't I? Poor Mona. We'll fix you right up. Give Mona a little plastic surgery here. Yeah, I don't have her little mouth. Her mouth is not. Let's work on that again. think some fresh eyes would serve me well. Just making a little bit of the red glaze. She's off. Do not tell me. Oh. Okay. How did I miss that? See, I should have done this upside down before now. I was way off on Miss Mona's eyes and facial. We'll fix that. And I am glad I'm planning on doing this tomorrow too. Because I'd hate to leave her like this. See, this is, yeah. All right, Poncho. Am I taking too long? My main focus right now is just to get this where it needs to be. Because I did not do Miss Mona justice, and I managed You might look in my wallet, honey. That's nice. I messed Mona up. Honey, you're okay. You don't have to be real quiet. Oh, it should be in there. If not, it's on my... Well, I'll probably never find it on my desk. You know what? Why don't I go ahead and let you all go. And I may just keep painting on my own. Did you find it? Honey? Did you find it?
No, I didn't.
He needs my assistance in finding my wallet. I'll turn it around and see how bad. Like I said, I will be back at this tomorrow because I'm not happy with how she's looking. Give me just a second. I need to be getting up anyway, honey. Okay. Yep. I'm not surprised. He was having trouble finding my wallet and wanting to tip. Our delivery person. Just kind of put What are you doing, Mona? What are you doing to me? Come on. Give me that smile. That's much closer than what I had, I will say. I didn't realize it was that far off. That'll teach me. I'll have better lighting tomorrow too. It's getting late in the day here, so. I'm gonna go ahead and plan on letting y'all go. And I will be back tomorrow. I know it's Christmas Eve, but no rest for the wicked. I think this will be a good place to start tomorrow too. Well, her hands are really red in here. And they're not that red here. Maybe I need some good daylight. Just putting some of this light yellowish. Give it a little dimension. Hopefully lighten it up at the same time. And tomorrow I can definitely finish it up. I have to schedule it and all that good stuff. That's no biggie. So if you all want to go ahead and mosey, I will not be offended in the least. Then I will see you tomorrow. Well, we will finish off, hopefully, Miss Mona in a respectable manner. I'm just kind of hashing that in there. I do appreciate y'all being here. Yeah, I'm losing all my good sunlight. I know I said I was going to stop. Yeah, I'm still going. That's kind of par for the course for me. It's very hard for me to stop. And the delivery's not here yet, so. But it will be. I'm using a little yellow ochre for some of these highlights over here. You know who she looks like now? Now she looks like is he out there? She kind of looks like oh, what's his name? Russia. I'm just trying to get in some of these lighter areas in here so you can tell she has. I need to put my brush down. Oop, I just heard a car door. I think our delivery person's here. Which means I really do need to nope, guess not. Let's have you sit down. This in here is not. Is that them, honey? I don't think he can hear me. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all go. And if anybody's interested, I'll be here tomorrow. And I'm gonna keep working on her until I can do her better justice. And what I've got here. Because Mona deserves better. Okay, I'll catch y'all later. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Everybody take care, be safe, have a good holiday if you're having one, and if you're interested, I'll be here tomorrow at noon. All right, thanks all.